Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, the second of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. This will be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we get to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's get into the game. So, we are currently defending a man by the name of Matt Engard, also known as the Nickel Samurai because of his work on a Super Sentai kids show. And he is charged with the murder of his rival, the Jammed Ninja, aka Juan Corrida. So yesterday got very intense. I should also specify that one of the reasons why this case is so important for us is because Maya, Phoenix's assistant, has been kidnapped by a mysterious assassin calling himself The Killer, who has said that he will kill Maya unless we get an acquittal for Matt Engard, so that's very important. So yesterday was the day of the big trial. We were not able to secure an acquittal, but the kidnapper agreed to give us one more day because he didn't get convicted either. So things have definitely gotten a bit muddied at this point. For one thing, because the prosecutor, our old buddy Miles Edgeworth, said that he believes that it's possible that Matt Engard, our client, is the one that hired the killer to actually commit the murder in the first place, which definitely makes things a bit complicated. I'm not sure how we're going to deal with that, but we'll figure things out. We'll figure it out as we go, as Phoenix always does. March 22nd at 9:14 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Hey, Girl of Tomorrow, welcome in. How are you doing today, Girl of Tomorrow? Hope everything is going well with you. Hope you are having a fantastic weekend. And also, let's get this out of the way immediately. If anyone here isn't following Girl of Tomorrow, you should. She is a fantastic Aussie streamer. She plays a whole ton of Bethesda stuff. I saw recently you were playing Deathloop as well. I'm very curious what your thoughts on that are. So yeah, she's just a wonderful person to hang out with. Very cool. So make sure you click that link, give her a follow, check her out next time she's live. You're gonna have a good time over there, I promise you. Let's see, doing okay. It's Saturday night, so I'm making dinner and playing video games. You know the... This is true, this is true. There's worse ways to live, I think, though. I'm glad you're doing alright. Alright, so... let's go ahead and see what Pearl has to say about where we're at right now. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was... that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Ms. Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? I mean, who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. This is true. Been really enjoying Deathloop, excellent. I was a big fan of their previous games. And it looks like my jam. Deathloop 100% looks like my jam. I'm hoping to be able to try it at some point, but I haven't got around to it yet. Struggling a little because keyboard and mouse are difficult, but it's loads of fun, highly recommended. I'm glad. I can understand. You're usually a controller player, right? Personally, whenever I play FPS, I have to do keyboard and mouse. I cannot aim with a controller for the life of me, which I got no excuse either, because, you know, I played Halo way back when, but I couldn't get the hang of it either. I don't understand it. Thanks for the plot summary, Pearls, here, pal. Roxana, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Ms. Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be. Matt Engard himself? If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He'd be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it ever been revealed. Mr. Engard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. I don't know how we're going to, because they already said visiting hours are over, but, yeah, we need to get some more answers there, most definitely. As a girl tomorrow, you prefer a controller. Bethesda offered me a PlayStation key, but I don't have a PlayStation 5. Alright. Fair enough. Who does have a PlayStation 5 at this point? I still haven't ever seen one on a store shelf. Which is unfortunate, because it's been... It isn't a recent system at this point. It is very frustrating that they're still having supply chain problems there. Other people... There you go, there you go. Somebody's gotta have it, I suppose. Gimagumo, your buddy has one? Can I relieve him of it? Is he really attached to it? Does he leave his windows locked at night? Hypothetically speaking, you know. Hey, Chris Technician, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you were doing well. Alright. So, let's see if we can get to the detention center. See if we can find some way to talk to Matt Engard right there. Lives in Canada? Technically, that's contiguous with the United States. Theoretically, I could drive up there. Good to know, good to know. I'm doing good, Chris. Thanks for asking. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Carita held about Mr. Engard. And Ms. Andrews' real intentions. Those are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Yeah, I hope we figure something out. I don't know what we're going to figure out, but we got to figure something out, I suppose. What's the dinner report today? I had some Panda Express. Because their honey walnut shrimp is like the best thing ever. So that was very nice. Oh god, no. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgeworth. And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Oh, God. Ugh. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Ugh. That Denny's, Chris? Nice. What'd you have there? I'm curious. Yeah, Edgeworth, we've got so much on our plate tonight. Don't dump more on there. For the love of God, don't be like that. This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Ms. Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. Oh, yeah, and another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-eared photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, there was something of a refreshing pair of those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Ms. Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What the? Why would Ms. Impacts want to kill herself? She was gonna get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a great announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. Something tells me we're gonna have to find that out as well. Because we already implicated the hell out of Adrian. If we're gonna know if she did it for certain, we're gonna need to know what exactly went down there. Can you imagine being so brilliant as to find a spy camera? It did take us quite some time. Yeah, no, it's definitely related, at least tangentially. It's something we're gonna have to solve before we're done here. I'm pretty sure about that. Alright. Continue on our way towards the detention center. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things in the lobby have finally calmed down. Alright, so we'll head back to Wright & Co. law offices. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking at all the electronics stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe's doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. That is a bit of a problem, yes, that's correct. Alright, so nothing new to talk with her about there. So, to the detention center. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Engard tonight. But... isn't what we have to ask very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Well, shoot. Well, I guess we'll go wherever else we have. Just make it a fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. This is true, there is that too. You got options if you want to stretch things. You can make a pasta salad. I imagine Phoenix probably has some pasta sitting around somewhere. Let's head over to the Criminal Affairs Department, see what they got going on there. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? I mean, the kidnappers demand now in this. I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Alright, that's concerning, but, you know, we gotta take what we can get here. Make a cookie salad? Is that a thing? That doesn't sound like a thing. Potato salad? You can do that as well. Does Phoenix Wright use aggression as a court tactic? He doesn't, and that's why he has such a tough time. He's got to up his game right there. Maybe it's old bag again? Oh god, I can't do any more old bag in this case. I'm sure they must have transferred Ms. Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Ms. Andrews are in the detention center. There is such thing as a cookie salad. Hang on, I need to look at this. I need to see this immediately. Horrifying though it might be. Oh my god. How is that in any way a salad? I have questions. I'm kind of glad they don't have any pictures there. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? I mean, I want to hear both of them. I want to hear both of them, but I think right now we need to talk to Matt Engard first and foremost. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. How about the press conference? You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Ms. Andrews. Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? Oh, damn it! Holy shit! I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick? Don't tell me. Cyclops. 5 of them! Holy crap, that's more than we've ever had to put up with before. You said a secret, right? I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Alright, we'll come back to that, I suppose. Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Karita's manager. And Ms. Andrews was going to get Ms. Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick? What's a pizza? Is it like a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and go talk about something else, okay? Mr. Enyard. Are you connected to Ms. Impact's suicide in some way? That is a good question as well. Yeah, how do you grow up in a place that doesn't have pizza? That just sounds brutal. Throwing things in the same receptacle isn't a salad. It's not. You can't just call everything where you mix stuff together in a bowl a salad. That's ridiculous. Alright, I don't think we have any really evidence to show him right now, so let's see, can we come back there and go talk to her instead, perhaps? Oh, who's this? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers! What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. But all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh! They said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Oh, jeez, what did he see? What's his testimony here? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible! That's unforgivable! Ow. Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know, Ms. Adrian Andrews. Why is Ms. Powers suddenly looking kinda... Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kinda energetic? I see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Yeah, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Ms. Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Ms. Impact's? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on the note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." A truly insidious man? Do you mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? That would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Oh, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are both at the detention center right now. There are still some things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Alright, let's head back to the detention center then, see if we can talk to Ms. Andrews. Get anything there? Pretty sure that Power is definitely some people's type. He is. He sells himself too short. Alright, let's talk to Adrian right now, see what she's got going on. Howdy, Siamese. How are you doing today? How's everything going with you? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Ms. Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. How about Miss Celeste Impacts? I'd finally put her death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their jobs, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Ms. Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Oh, damn it! Oh, she's only got one, though. Cyclock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Alright, interesting. I'm very highly skeptical of police in this world as well. How goes the case? Any new leads? Not yet. We're thinking that the suicide of Ms. Andrews' mentor is probably connected somehow. The big thing that we've learned today is that apparently her mentor, Celeste Impacts, was scheduled to be wed to Juan Kurita before her suicide, but then 3 days after the wedding announcement, Juan called it off. We're not sure why, though. That's interesting. Alright, so let's go ahead and save. And then let's see what we need to break her Cyclock. She's only got the one. Hopefully that won't be as bad to break then. So present Magatama. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Ms. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I would want to take revenge for. Ms. Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Oh wow, I've only got 1 health still. That's terrible. So I'm assuming this is still about her mentor. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that's Ms. Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Oh! No! No, I cannot! I don't think I got any evidence here. Like, that's not something, right? No, that's nothing. I don't think I can. No, we gotta back out. Shoot. That's what I imagine as well, Siamese. He just does that sometimes. Rooks, that sounds like an amazing thing. I should just start doing that all the time as well. Hey, Drav, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see. Is there anywhere we haven't been today that we can go? What's Phoenix's cell phone? Mr. Nick, your phone! I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important. Hello? We got a big problem, pal! What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end, I say. I'm going to... Oh. I had it faster than I thought. Hey. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Huh? This quickly. And this bear is what gave him away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured out that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy another person in their room? Matt Engard. Huh? Matt Engard. Your client, that's who, pal. I thought things couldn't get any worse. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I'm really excited about the art style for the next one. We should be playing that tomorrow as well. I'm thinking we're going to be wrapping up this game tonight. That might only be a one-day game, too. I mean, we might actually be able to start and finish Flipping Death in one day, too. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Receipt? That's all you have? Ah, it's not just a receipt, pal. Store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold this bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight's failing me. This can't be. Oh, God. So what about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Alright, so we got the spy camera, the transmitter, and the stuffed bear back into our evidence right there. Let's see, Dr. Belvin, I'm waiting for the next community point voting thing to get the third game into the mix. It's not going to be immediate, so we're not going to be doing that just for the next one, because I like to put a few months in between games. But we are definitely doing the third one eventually, and like I said, last time I counted, I think there's about 11 games in the series. I want to do all of them. The plan is to do all of them. Gumshoe did something right, of course, you know, he did it because Edgeworth told him what to do, but still, he kind of pulled something off. I'll take it. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt Engard. Why? Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Ms. Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you gonna go see him? Mr. Engard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Engard, what in the world have you done? Let's see. Yeah, I don't like the supernatural stuff in this one either. Overall, I think this is a weaker entry than the first one, although this case we're on right now, this one I like a lot. But luckily, I've heard a lot of people say that this is their least favorite of the original trilogy, so it's not just me at least, that's a good thing. Let's see, Rookson, I absolutely love these games. We would want to see Shane play them all back-to-back. I would get so burned out. That's why I don't play anything back-to-back, is because I am terrified of getting burned out on anything. Oh, so all you got left is the great Ace Attorney games. Well, I hope you enjoy those when you play them. Let's see, Vehementus, you can agree with this one being the weakest of the original trilogy? Yeah, the supernatural stuff definitely felt like it weakened that case. And then there's the case with all the circus folks, and that was just way too silly. I couldn't take anything seriously, and there was no drama in it. Like the last hour, the last court cross-examination, that was cool, but wasn't worth all the build-up, most definitely. Hey, Stubby, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing good. Glad you're having a good weekend. Alright, so I'm just gonna pop over to the other locations before we go back there and see if anything has changed. Just because I think we still need something. I think we still need something before we crack Andrews at least. But I'm not sure. We haven't tried to crack Matt Engard yet, so I'm not sure what we're gonna do there. Oh God, Casita, that was such a bad pun. Head back to the hallway, head back into Carita's room. Alright, no, nothing's changed there. So then we're gonna pop by the police station, see if anything's changed over there as well. And Criminal Affairs Department. Alright, nothing different here, it looks like. Let's see, can I ask him about any people, maybe? Let's try that. Let's see if we can ask him about any people. Let's see, I'll ask him about Adrian Andrews. Oh, I have to go to present, don't I? Yeah. Present. Let's ask him about Celeste first. That's one's former manager, right? Celeste Impacts. She was with Global Studios for a while, way back when. But some things happened and she ended up moving over to Worldwide Studios. Some things? As in... Well, there's no one left around who knows the details, you know. Only rumors are left now. But do you know the rumors? No, he doesn't have anything else to say. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? If you're interested, I can give you a little bit of the details. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. Still doesn't have anything else to say there, though. Let's see, Vehementis only played the trilogy, and we'll probably try Apollo Justice soon. Awesome. Well, if you end up trying that one, let us know how you like that one. I know a lot of people had mixed feelings about it, because Apollo was kind of the Raiden of the series. And a lot of people just, while the game seems solid enough the whole time, they're like, but what about Phoenix? I want Phoenix. So I'm curious to hear what you'll think when you end up playing that one. If Karina ain't using the $3,800 bear, can I have it? I'll fix the eye. I can't imagine having that in my house. It would freak me out every time I went up to go to the bathroom in the night. So did Phoenix just make him carry around 8x10 glossy photos of all the people he meets? That would be hilarious, but I imagine it's probably just like a topic bank, I'd think. I like the other way, though. Kitsubine, you're a fan of Apollo Justice? I feel like I'm probably going to enjoy it, too, but I'd end up trying it first. Hey, Enemy Existence! Welcome in, and thank you for a 17-month resub. I really appreciate all the support. Pleasure having you here for so long, and how's your weekend going? Hope everything's going good. Let's see, Dr. Belvin, you didn't mind it, but you have a coworker who just hated it? Yeah, I know it's really divisive, but I'll have to try it for myself. Nano, welcome in. I wonder if anybody's tried to use that badge IRL. If I had a badge like that, I would show it to everybody. Just for kicks. Just for kicks. Does he know the butler? He does not know the butler. Alright. Alright, I don't think there's anything else we can ask him then. Alright, let's head back to the detention center. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Alright. Doesn't have anything new to say. I guess let's go ahead and try and crack his then. I don't know how we're gonna get through 5 locks, but let's give it a shot. We might want to save first. We've only got 1 health. I don't think we can die from this, but we might be able to save in a second. Now let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. The camera? Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then they sent the images the camera took with his transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was the camera you're talking about hidden? Oh, easy. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Alright, there's 1 lock gone. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was... I just have to bust out a profile? I think so. Mr. Engard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? Hey, Nuddle Masher, yes, tonight is the grand finale. We're going to be finishing the game today. How are you doing today, Nuddle Masher? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How can you forget such a great friend? What else did this bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd say I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here is proof that it was you that put the camera inside the bear. Right here. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush! It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew! Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Alright, 2 locks down. That is disgusting, Girl tomorrow, and I want him to go to jail just for that. Just for that. Forget the murder. Just lock him up for that. Yeah, it's getting messy, Nuddle Masher. I'm not sure who's going to jail, but somebody's going to jail today. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, why aren't you looking into stuff like that? Because if I didn't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... I'm not 100% sure what to present here. There's a whole bunch of things I could. I think this, but honestly there's like 5 things I could be presenting here. Let's see. Like, I could show the crime scene photo. I could show the autopsy report. I guess I'm gonna try the card? What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Zit, I'm finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Engard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Kurita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... You, Matt Engard. Here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. A time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Huh? Wow! How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. What? Wait, what? What? Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really? So you are Shelley the Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. All I care about is that Juana's dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying! What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding sinful deeds over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay. I'd even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Oh God! Oh God! Let me get caught up right here. Yeah, Roxana, I think the worst part of the Phoenix Wright series. Sometimes you know exactly what the answer is, you just don't know how the game wants you to present it, which is tricky. Yeah, he went full Scooby-Doo villain right here. Where did the Scotch glass come from? He's in prison. Where did he get Scotch in here? Yeah, Phoenix is always just bluffing. So I think any time that Phoenix discovers he's right, he's kind of shocked. LTG, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Hey, Sky, welcome in. How are you doing today, Sky? Hope you're doing good. Seriously, why are we bringing Pearl to talk to a murderer? What the hell, Phoenix? Phoenix, you're a terrible babysitter and an even worse guardian. What the hell, dude? Yeah, the cop's standing right behind him. He's just like, wow, this guy's crazy. They should arrest him for murder or something. Cop probably doesn't care. He's not paid enough to care. He's supposed to guard that door, and right now that door is totally secure. He's good. He's done for the night. Drunken Hitchin' Go-Go, baby. Oh God. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Engard's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. That's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Mad Engard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You're growing awfully quiet. How can I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you'd killed Juan Carita. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Carita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You can always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turn out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? Do you plan on changing your strategy? No! We can't do that! That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Hey, Kev Tom! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid there, Kev Tom. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything! Hope you are doing well. Glad to have you with us. Let me get caught up on chat right here. Actual sociopath. This guy's actually kind of terrifying right there. Like, that's some good writing on his dialogue. Seriously, that was a lot of fun. Maybe the detention center has a fully stocked cash bar. That's a hell of a detention center. Holy shit. Yeah, fresh as a spring breeze. Jesus. He got by on a technicality. I don't know how he fooled our magic on a technicality, but there we go. Yeah, blackmailing a professional killer. I'm sure that'll end well. Jeez. Yeah, seriously, this seems like it would call for a retrial, but yeah, that's apparently isn't a thing in this universe. Survival Minecraft almost died at the end. Almost means he didn't, though. So congratulations on surviving some survival there, Kev Tom. And welcome in. I appreciate you bringing the raid over here. Very kind of you. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who's clearly a killer... Man, Engard. That man's really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Enguard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francesca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You were so petty! I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith that you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Is that a little radio? Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can attain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding my hostage for Mr. Enguard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time when my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did? But... My name is the Killer. Shelley the Killer. You're Shelley the Killer? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Ah! No! Now then, if you'll excuse me. someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission! No, that sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be! That cat! Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage! Edgeworth! Have all police units head for Edgard Mansion immediately! Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah! Alright, holy shit, we're getting somewhere here. Let me get caught up on chat a little bit. Yeah, the whipping seems a little bit excessive. Rex says, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Oh, congratulations, Kev Tom. It's great to hear. Bojack, welcome in. I'm doing great. This is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. It's an old adventure game / visual novel where you play a lawyer trying to defend the clients in court, which is very cool. I like that a lot. Is that how people overseas pronounce Francesca? Yeah, that's how I pronounce it anyway. Did you watch your streams earlier? Well, welcome in. I'm glad to have you in with us now. That's how I pronounce it anyway. That's the closest I would think. I mean, obviously I never hear any of these names pronounced out loud, since it's there's no voice acting, but that's how I would read it anyway. Yeah, can you send Pearls out of the room? Jesus, what is wrong with you people? I love this music too. Hey, Mr. Void Dragon, yes, thing is just get real. Oh, it's extremely anime. I love it for that though. Hey, Hope! Welcome in, Hope. How are you doing today? How is your weekend going? And thank you very much for 3 months of subscription. That support really means a ton. It's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing good. In Germany, we pronounce it like Franziska. Alright, that might actually be more accurate. I will probably try and say it like that from now on. Franziska. Yeah, that looks like a better reading of that. I mean, that's a correct reading as well, Roxana. Weekend's alright. Glad to hear that, Hope, and welcome in. Alright, let's see if we can go rescue Maya. Because that would definitely change things. Alright, so we need to head to the hotel first. And then from here, we can head over to the mansion. March 22nd, Engard Mansion Living Room. Maya! Please answer us! Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it! That butler! All this time he was the killer! He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they'd worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Alright, nowhere to move here, so let's examine. I see something suspicious already. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A wooden bear-shaped figurine, it's covered in many thin cuts. Strange. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Karita? How would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. You think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth! Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Engard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, you'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No! But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Nice to meet you as well, Bojack. You go ahead and take off. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your day. And hey, Lost, it's getting really intense right now. How are you doing today, Lost? How's your weekend going? Strange, isn't it? This is so you send to confront a professional assassin, 2 lawyers and a 9-year-old girl. The lawyers should be on the outside and the police should be on the inside. I don't know why they're doing it the opposite way. The brand name is Settle Dish. Yeah, Settle Dish. Settle Dish. It is a little bit weird. Let's see. Well, let's go out and have a look around. A huge television speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Oh, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would really have been helpful. Engard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you use this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. Yeah, they got a lot in common in that respect. There's a little door for Shu in this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out here. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. It's time too, I'm sure. I should have kicked down the door and presented the badge, or just presented the badge with the door and maybe it would just open up in fear. That could be a thing too. Hack in, power up, hell yes. I was starting to get hints of autumn here. Yeah, the leaves haven't started turning colors yet, but it's starting to get a little cool over here too. I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engard taped all of his own shows. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there. But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick. Quit being weird, Phoenix! What's wrong with you, dude? Is there anything else to see in here? I don't think there is, actually. Well, there's nothing else to see in here. Can we move somewhere from here? The wine cellar! Searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Oh, jeez, we were so close. I don't know why he would have bailed before we started coming, unless he saw us coming somehow. Grab the TV as payment? That does look like a nice TV. Wow, he's got every episode of Charles in Charge and Facts of Life, and I want to watch none of them. Pearls of unit of measurement right now. Pearls are typically sold by weight, and the measure is typically the mole. Huh, interesting. Never heard about that. Hey, Flare Cat, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your weekend going? I gotta blow my nose real quick, folks. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that, folks. Voice acting and allergies are a terrible combination. Holy crap. Well, let's take a look around, see if there's anything we can use in here. Light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. Looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. Appreciated you dropping those links, Rin. Thank you for that. What else we got? Wow! I've never seen so many bottles all in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you can buy anything you want. It's a pretty heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it by myself. Please don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick? If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be plenty scared too, trust me. This looks like a picture of Ms. Impax. With love, Celeste. Ms. Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Karita's former manager. Why would a picture of Ms. Impax be here in Mr. Engard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. I think we have what we need to go talk to Adrian Andrews now. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mystic Maya! Right? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Ms. Andrews' psych lock. I could just find out what secret she's holding. But I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. And I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Let's see. Thanks, we needed some more pressure. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, Pearl, you're there too. Venus is dumb enough to drag our toddler around on his own princess. He really is, unfortunately. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Ms. Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. I'm going to go ahead and save again in case they don't let me in a second. Because we've made a lot of progress since last time we saved. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Alright, let's present the Magatama. It's just the one lock. And I think I've got a way through there now. Alright, so why did he frame Engard for murder? Let's see, we've already heard this before. If there is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge, we already answered this before. It is her mentor. Hey, Emperor, welcome in. What have you missed so far today? Oh my gosh, a whole bunch. But I think we're about to reveal the big secret, so you haven't missed a ton. Welcome in, Emperor. How's your weekend going? Alright, so we saw this part. Yeah, we saw that too. Can you explain to me the relation between Celeste and Matt? Well, we do have one new piece of evidence now. Oh, I'll tell you the big thing that you missed, Emperor, and that turns out that Matt Engard is the one that hired the assassin that killed Juan Carita. So that means that our client didn't murder anybody, but he hired the killer, so he's still super duper guilty, and that's a bit of a problem. Oh, thank you. That's good to hear there, Emperor. Alright, so let's show our new piece of evidence. Yeah, Matt he's not the one that who actually did the killing, but he's definitely a baddie, most definitely. This is a photo of Ms. Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Ms. Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this in Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. All right. Let's get down to this thing. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard it didn't work out. Because Mr. Carita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why With Love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with, until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Carita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Ms. Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, With his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation, or what I know now. Alright, that means all that's left now is the final day of the trial. Full health so the chain can blow it all with one piece of evidence. That does sound like something I'd do. Well, I'm gonna have plenty of chances to do it here, I suspect. Alright. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough! You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Was it after too much cheese? I do have weird dreams after I have too much cheese. That is the thing. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Haha. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up. You better get Engar a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix! Phoenix! Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia! What am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But... Can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. That cursed Engard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get Engard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make this trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Let me get caught up on chat. Show him the badge, it always does work. Hey, Luna, welcome in. I mean, you know, it never seems like too much in the moment, but later on, there can be consequences. How are you doing today, Luna? How is your weekend going? Hope it's going well. Chiptune's version being used in the Frankenstein Jr. game as well. Oh, awesome. That was, it did sound very good there. I like how they kept some of the Game Boy feel of some of the audio in here, which is really cute. Believe in the me who believes in you. I do love that anime. All right. March 23rd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. This is it. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Ms. Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. And you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? Looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, one Karita was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engard. Oh, what a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on in this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial turned out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Let's see, Gamma Gumo, nice all-in right there, and Lost, nice all-in as well. I Alright, Luna, good luck with your comic. I hope that goes well, and I hope you feel better soon, too. Hey, Broken Crow, welcome in. How are you doing? How's your weekend going? Hope everything's going good. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's... I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about what you went to Mr. Enyard's room. Okay, sure. Guy looks like a lion. Yeah, they made that joke a whole bunch of times that he's got lion hair. People have some crazy hair in this series, most definitely. And for some reason, everybody calls him ugly, too, but I don't think it looks that bad. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. Talking with a bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Enyard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Well, that is what Phoenix is best at. Adrian's hand is freakishly big. Some of the proportions in this game are a little weird, most definitely. Alright, let's make another save, and then let's go ahead and press on everything, see if we can get some more information here. Look at all that blue health! Oh, it won't last. It will not last. Alright, so after the award ceremony, he went by himself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort, so I want to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute! When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? I like that clearly Will Powers has seen this series before. I don't want to find out I'm actually the killer. It seems like Phoenix always turning things around to people on the stand. And that only happens when they are the villain? I mean, we did that to Adrian Andrews, and I don't think she's actually the killer. She's definitely guilty of framing somebody for murder, but she didn't actually kill anybody. Havoc, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. They do an LA Noire twist? Oh, the last couple hours of LA Noire were so good. Like, I think the first act of LA Noire was pretty weak, but the third act is so strong it makes up for all of it. I'm hoping to play it on stream at some point. It's so good. Alright, so Matt was standing there in front of the room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt Enyard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Would love you watching me play it. I will do that then. I will do that. It is pretty heckin' good. It's so good. That's true, Casita. But everyone's hiding things on the stand in this game. Except Gumshoe. Sometimes Gumshoe's just an idiot. Alright, good luck for the new job. You'll have to tell us how you like it, Havoc. But I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Alright, so he was talking with someone. At first, he thought it was the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. Alright, so we watched the two of them for a while, then he gave up and went back. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you're watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. Hey, Lost! Lost, thank you so much for the gift sub to Broken Crow right there. That is super generous of you. Gift sub number 59 in the channel. I appreciate the heck out of that. And Broken Crow, you enjoy that sub right there. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do, though. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. So he had guests with me that night and he couldn't make them wait for him. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. So wait, that's everything? Huh, that's everything, so what are we supposed to do here? I didn't see anything wrong there. I guess the only thing we can press on is... At first I thought he was the bellboy. I'm gonna try pressing on that again, see if he remembers now. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt... Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? There's a bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? So Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Let's ask about the bellboy's face. I think that's more important. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head had come spilling out. Ha! He was there, at Engard's house. He was the butler! What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Engard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Engard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you'd like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. Alright, interesting. The actual fucking butler actually fucking did it. For once, we're going back to the old classics here. Having kind of want to know more about the tip, I'm kind of curious as well. I'm wondering if that's what he paid him for his services, although that seems awfully conspicuous. But I am curious about that as well. Zipperhead, of course, I should have known. Alright, so... So he hasn't amended anything there. His name is The Killer. Well, we found out the last part. The Killer is actually the title of a clan of assassins or a lineage of assassins, whereas Shelley is his proper name. It does seem pretty on the nose, though. This is true. Can I actually ask about the tip? Is that a thing? Let's see. Alright, so we heard all this. Let's ask about the tip. The defendant's a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court, about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? My family name is Tech Support, from the proud long line of Tech Support. Seamus, welcome into you and your clan. How are you doing today? Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Let's make another save here. Let's wait and see here. See what's gonna happen next. Nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita. Then the bellboy the witness saw? Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now! Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? I'm a Killer does sound like a Phoenix Wright name, doesn't it? Seriously. There are rich people who do tip a whole ton, this is true. Still, I see where he's going, though, at least. Do the Killers have a feud with the victims? They do, but I'd say it's very one-sided, if you know what I mean. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. Whew. I got too many deep voices today. It's wearing out my throat. My throat's not getting raw, but I can actually feel my throat muscles getting tired. That's a new one on me. Whew. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Has Mr. the Killer met Mr. Body? I don't know, like, he might have, but like, what room? And what was he carrying? I need to know the answer to these questions. Thank you very much, this is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done, there's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That'd be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha! 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 This is no laughing matter. Communism was always just a red herring. God, I love that movie so much. Chain reading Fate Stay Night when? The censored version or the uncensored version? Alright, let's make another save, and then start pressing through this. See if we can find anything. It sounds like at the end is where we need to press, because that's where we started getting vague. But let's see what we can get first. Alright, so this time he was in the hallway because he had to go to the bathroom. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. Then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. So that's when the bellboy you saw earlier came out of the room. All ages version, of course? Yeah, I could probably do that. I haven't done any straight-up visual novels on stream yet, because I'm not sure if people would enjoy that. But there are some visual novels I would like to play on stream, most definitely, so I'm thinking about that. Who knows what time do they go to the toilet? I mean, it would be handy here, but pretty much nobody does, which is why he was kind of having to work around the problem. What was he doing before? What time was that? What was he doing after? What time was that? Must have been in there somewhere, basically. When even the judge smells blood in the water, oh, of course, the one day he's doing that is the day we don't need it. Hey, Trey Dog, welcome in. There is a reading category. This is true. This is true. Oh yeah, Fate Stay Night is ancient. It really is. I don't know. If people want me to do visual novels on here, let me know. I would love to hear your opinions on it. I'm doing this for you folks, after all. Yeah, was it number 1 or number 2? Answer the question. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how can you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So, which room did the bellboy come out of? Fate Stay Night can almost vote now. It's true, it's true. Luna, you're in favor of it? Alright. So when he says room, he means Juan Carita's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So now that I think about it, the bellboy seems kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? I'm gonna save, but I don't think we should try to pull a fast one. Because I don't think Phoenix is capable of pulling a fast one here. I really don't. Let's just let it slide. You're right. I think it's pretty unusual too. I thought you might think so. No need to say anything when the defense gives up without a fight. Let's move on. Anyway, Mr. Powers, you thought the bellboy was a little suspicious, correct? So he had to be the assassin, he's sure of it. Please don't be so quick to judge. But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but can't give in yet. I want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. Gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Wow, I think we actually do have to pull a fast one. Alright, let's pull a fast one then. Let's see what we can do here. Cheap tricks, we're doing it. We're doing it. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you gonna do whatever you can to make this bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well, court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Hey, DB Stewart, oh my god, so much has happened today. Basically we found out that Matt Engard, our client, is the person who hired the assassin that killed the victim. So even though he didn't carry out the murder with his own two hands, he's super duper guilty. So right now Phoenix is trying to make the trial stretch out as long as possible in hopes that the police can rescue Maya so that Phoenix can just do his job. We're hoping. But how are you doing today, DB Stewart? How's your weekend going? Yeah, we're deliberately wasting time in this trial to stretch things out. Yes, sir. Alright, so he thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hands. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why we'd come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record! I think I see what we have to do here. Is Edgeworth on board? Kind of. Edgeworth knows now that Maya's been kidnapped. And Edgeworth is the one that commissioned the police strike force that's trying to rescue Maya right now. What I don't think that Edgeworth knows is that Phoenix is stalling for time. I don't think he's aware of that. He knows that Phoenix is conflicted about having to defend someone that he knows is guilty, but I don't think he's 100% on board with the plan. Yeah, Edgeworth's being a dick about it too. There is that as well. Alright, so let's save here, and then I think I see what we need to do. We need to stall! Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. Now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Never trust a baseball. That was really cute. Phoenix swinging for the fences for this one. Swing and a miss. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh, yes, please tell us more. Okay. He's really trying so hard. He's trying so hard. Pop fly into the guy selling peanuts in the stands. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Now, Powers doesn't want to have this murder pinned on him either, because for some reason he thinks that's what's going to happen. Oh my god, my throat. Alright. So after leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. Is that what you saw when you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying! Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. So he gave something to the person inside the room. I said hold it! Okay. That's better! What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Let's ask about the person inside first. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face. Overhanded is a word, although usually I only heard it referring to, like, baseball pitches. I've never heard it used as the opposite of underhanded, in the sneaky way. Well, it was Mr. Engard's room, correct? So it could only have been Mr. Engard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... Alright, so we'll go back to that statement in a bit, should we need to, because we still got one other question to ask there. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. Well, where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. That was when he pretended that there was a phone call from Maya and then kidnapped her. So after that, he went to the bathroom and then back to his seat. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? Saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. Alright, so... let's press on here again, and we'll ask the other side of the question. Let's go through here, we already saw that. Alright, let's ask about this something that was handed off. You gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received this item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. Oh no. Oh no, I think I know what this is. I'm gonna save. I think I know what it is, unfortunately. Oh god, alright, let's press on this. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, it kinda looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're gonna have to trust your instinct on this one. Take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Well, I think I know what the statue is, because I can only think of one thing it could possibly be. And that is... this wooden bear-shaped figurine. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad's gonna happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, was something you saw. What was it? This item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's a something. Oh, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Engard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. Not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen! I have to do something! Oh god, save. This is very, very bad. There has to be something that we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? This. There is one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, at least give us good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! Looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. How does he forget all these things? This guy will be the death of me. And, as we all know, Matt Engard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the fence, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! Yeah, I will bring this cross-examination to... Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright? You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. I think I know what we can do here. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I don't know if this is the right thing, but I want to press this. Is this a repeat? Oh, it might just be a repeat. No, and then he's... Yeah, that is a repeat. I'm sorry. Dang it. See, I think I know how we can create doubt here, but apparently that's not the way to go about it. Alright, so what else is questionable here is the question. What else do we want to press on? Let's see. So Phoenix says there's still something at question here. Alright, so what are our options? So either Powers' testimony or the bear itself. I guess let's ask about the bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This is found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engard that took the bear to the mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Whew. Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it! That butler! All this time he was the killer! The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard Mansion as its butler. Oh, what a bold move! The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much! Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Oh, God. Well, we can't give up now, can we? We can't. Raise an objection. Oh, no announcement. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. Only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Engard Manor. Havoc, you're taking off? Alright, thanks so much for stopping by, Havoc. You have a fantastic rest, and we will see you around. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. Oh, Phoenix, I know what you're doing, and I don't like it, but I don't know what else he could do. The real client? Yes. Tisk, tisk. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore, the real murderer? Oh God, I feel really dirty doing this. This is a very dirty trick, and this is incredibly unethical, and I feel really bad doing this. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah, then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Ms. Andrews. I know, Girl of Tomorrow, I feel so bad. I know that she's not the real client. I know she didn't do these things I'm accusing her of. I feel horrible. This is bad. This is a road Phoenix has never been down before, and I don't like it one bit. But what about Mr. Engard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Ms. Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Engard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. I had wondered that as well. Punisher, welcome in. How are you doing today, Punisher? even when the prosecution does this crap, seriously. Where are they? Oh, they get away with so much. Rooks drives me nuts. Yeah, give me moments. It's maddening. The killer did specially bring that bear to Ingard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Ms. Andrews. And who would that be? Quite simple, Your Honor. Ms. Adrian Andrews herself. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, maybe Phoenix could just use the whip. Why is he not going that route? I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness at that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is. It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sorta. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all your hope for naught? A tent! Huh? Tent? I can see a circus tent! Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, a very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about a 300-foot radius from the main tent, hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so? I heard her! An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. You know what you said about the circus? That I was hoping I'd never have to deal with it again? Yeah, we got a little bit of it coming back there. Yeah, just tell Edgeworth why you're stalling. I don't know if Edgeworth would go along with it is the problem. I'm not 100% sure, because he is kind of a dick, too. He's up to something as well. We've known he's doing something. Said something about Phoenix having to find out what it means to be a lawyer. So yeah, there's things going on we still haven't figured out here. Oh, sorry to hear that, Punisher. That's unfortunate. I would say, though, go to a website called iFixit. they've got instructions on how to tear down a PS4 controller. If you're going to have to throw it away anyway, you may as well try cracking it open to see if you can clean out the contactors there. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a tried and true tenet of Phoenix Wright, and for adventure games in general, for people to just sort of withhold information for no apparent reason. That is the one, Rex says. That is the one. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. All comes back to FTV, damn it. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Rin, thank you for grabbing that link, I appreciate it. Broken Crow, it was just the worst pun I have ever heard. It was something in case number 3 in the game. A pun that they spent nearly 6 hours building up to. There's a clip of it on my stream, actually, if you want to check my recent clips. Feel free to check it out. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Ms. Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she? LTG, thank you for the clip right there. I appreciate that. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's like a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something in that bear after all. Alright. So, we don't really have to crack her here, we just need to figure out some more information. Because this is all stuff we didn't know about before, so we're just... Yeah, Broken Crow, they spent 6 hours building to that. Because we knew the name of the circus was the Berry Big Circus, and Berry was the last name of the ringmaster. And we knew that guy's last name was Dingling, but I'm like, that's a weird name, but I didn't think anything else of it. And then suddenly, after 6 hours of that case, they sprung like a panther. Just broke my spirit. Yep. So actually, it's an elaborate puzzle. Oh god, I appreciate a good pun, and I do appreciate the length, the magnitude, the breadth of what they went to spring that on me, but god, it hurts so bad. Playing chess with my head, and it was checkmate at that moment. A puzzle? That's right. Well, it looks like an ordinary figurine. Let's see. Holy crap, Nano. That is an incredibly deep cut right there. Would you believe the only reason I know that reference, I haven't seen very much of the original. BSG, but my brother had an action figure of that hideous dog. And that's where I remember it from. Meat check? Meat check. Oh god, elaborate puzzles? Meat check. Meat check! No! Oh god, meat check. What does that even mean? Alright, so when we were playing the last Tex Murphy game, Which, I need to say, the entire last Tex Murphy game had a chess theme. There was a word scramble where I had to unscramble some letters, put them in the right order. The correct answer was checkmate, which makes sense because everything revolved around chess. But for some reason, I put the letters into the arrangement meat check, and then I kept thinking I was on the right track with that somehow, and I could not bridge the divide between checkmate and meat check. And I sat there, it was a time puzzle too, I sat there for basically the entire time, just staring at meat check. You don't get the pun? Oh, it might very well be a English-speaking pun, very likely. Archetype Saber. I assume you're meaning the flying dingling berries. I will let someone else in chat let you know on that one, because it's a very gross pun. It's a very gross slang term in US English anyway. It's a little bit of an outdated slang term. You don't hear it too often, but it is. It is. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So if you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh! This is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? So at its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. He never really had it. He didn't. And how do you know all about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? Hey, nanotechnician, thank you for gifting a sub to Girl of Tomorrow right there. Nano, that is super generous of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Girl of Tomorrow, enjoy the OGs. Enjoy my tiny little screaming face. Have fun with those emotes. Enjoy. It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Ms. Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. One of us! One of us! Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve the puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. So you really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. Two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Alright, so it's been updated, a wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Karita and Andrews knew how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box. What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Ms. Andrews now as she solves the puzzle. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? Oh, what is that? Looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. Seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitively the note she left right before she committed suicide. Ah, jeez. Oh, jeez. What's in the box? Come on! And the name on the bottom, Larry Butts. Oh, God damn it. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? It's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. I have to blow my nose before we get started on that, folks, but I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Alright, sorry about that. We are back. Rin, thank you for all the links, including Gravity and Schloop, an old classic. Squeeze, squeeze! God, I love that video so much. Very well. The judge's voice rang out loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Carita and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Ms. Impax had to say. Oh God! There's something I haven't thought of for a while, Rin. Holy crap. The Lord Hungers. God, that game. It wasn't even that great of a game, but it haunts us still, and will for a very long time, I suspect. There is one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Engard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Alright, so that's suicide note found inside the figurine. It tells of Engard's horrible misdeeds. The law! Engard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible! What a selfish person! Yes, there are slimeball lawyers out there who'll defend these creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client's goal was to attain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Seems that we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. Yeah, even though we're absolutely backed into a corner and everything that he's established is the truth, we've got to stall. We've just got to stall some more. Somehow. Some way. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. Gavel's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! Suicide note of the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? The figurine. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Correa. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. De Killer's client was Matt Engard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Engard thought the note was inside the bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. Engard would ever want a jewelry box like this. It is a good point. It's something that I thought of as well. I'm like, wait, if only those two know that was jewelry box, how would the killer know to grab that? Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. Oh, fuck! What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engard and the victim both thought of each other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weakness. And? The victim, Juan Correa, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well... sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Edgard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Oh god. Oh god, it just... We keep trying and we keep pushing, but there's just... Oh god, he's got an answer to everything. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief. Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Maybe you should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mita's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I think I've got to guess what it is. I have an objection, Your Honor. That is about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. I've got a guess. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Oops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Damn it, that wasn't it. Yes, Your Honor. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. So, you're telling me that I forgot something? Something that you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Oh! Was it? No, that wouldn't. Goodness, is that the phone I hear? I'm waiting. Not the bench! Shut up, Judge. This is the Phoenix show now. Oh, God. What about this piece of evidence? Chat, do you have any suggestions? not 100% sure what we have to do here. One piece of evidence, apparently, that we're missing. What are we missing here? What are we missing? Somebody hasn't examined yet. Alright, so here's the thing. He mentioned the camera. We've already talked about the camera. He mentioned the bear. We already talked about the bear. I guess that means of the things we're talking about right this second, the only thing we haven't really examined is the suicide note. I don't know what we're gonna do, but hey, it's Phoenix Wright. Fake it till you make it. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Impacts or not, that has yet to be remotely confirmed. But Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it in the bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to that suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning the figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle is the witness herself. Ms. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engard. I did no such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Oh, we got him! That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, seems that yet again we've reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. Judge is gonna carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this. I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis my butt. It's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Engard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 What is that sound? Gumshoe! Hello, Gumshoe! What is with him and what's with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? Yeah. He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make this up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? They found his hideout, pal. But two of them are already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. Don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 Oh, God! Oh, God! Do you hear that? They're calling for his head! Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth! I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after... Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Oh, God. Oh, that's too good. That's too good. Oh, that is too good. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor! Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. Be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. Court will now take its final recess of the day. Oh, God. Alright, we barely escaped. That's what's important for right now. We're still in this. We are still in this. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? Killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report! Ah! Is this Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident and has rushed to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Ho ho ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir! When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran! What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. Hope I didn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright. Just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. Now I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them, but it'll be decisive enough to end this. Oh no. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. Oh God! happened? It sounded like he had an accident. Guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Sure. That's right, there is a way. What? How? We need to save. I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. I've got an idea. Not the badge! Let's see, what is it? Cell phone's broken. Yeah, just why did you have to do it now? Seriously? Oh god, don't use your phone and drive, and don't run red lights. Don't run red lights, kids. Am I gonna tell him his spirit his location? That's only if he's actually dead, I suppose. I'm assuming he's not dead. I'm hoping he's not dead. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you have any idea? How we can find out exactly where Gumshoe is right now? DB Stewart, you got a hint? Let's hear it. I'm a little bit stumped here. Von Karma? Oh. Oh ho ho. Oh, I'd forgotten about that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did forget about that. Holy shit. Oh, that is genius. That is genius. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. Chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca? Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Alright! We've only got one final chapter left in the game now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting right down there. Burning Star Welcoming. The music is so good in this game. Although, I don't think they've ever topped the intensity music from the first game. At least not in this game, anyway. It was so good. This is wild. Holy shit. Oh, really, LTG? That's interesting. I'm glad to see it getting a little bit more exposure right there. Alright. Let's go ahead and save our game. And let's go into the final trial segment. Yeah, the first one had amazing music. Holy crap. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Alright. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Ms. Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Oh yeah, I'm not saying any music in this game is bad. I'm just saying the heights they soared to in the first game are hard to match. Most definitely. Holy crap. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Ms. Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well, well. Looks like Ms. Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Engard had no idea the suicide note was fake seems a little wrong with it. Let's save here. Present evidence. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the cross-prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor? Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right. Camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then that means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged this note. So then the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, then suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Well, we're just stalling here, but it's working, kinda. I guess. Hey, Follows, welcome in. How are you doing today, Follows? How's everything going? Engard has not testified yet, but I suspect he's not going to be able to get away with that forever. Yeah, no one in this franchise should actually have their jobs. Or I should say, if they do have their jobs, this legal system is insane, and I would be scared shitless to be arrested in this world. Holy crap! They must get innocent people going to jail constantly. Terrifies me. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured. As I figured. Came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth's stuttering. This is not like him at all. Unusual? Oh, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder? That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? The assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? On a scale of 1 to parrot, I'd give this a solid 7. It's up there. It's up there. Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say! What is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. This must be what that urgent call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Why is the radio moving? Anime, I guess, is the answer. This is getting ridiculous, holy crap. Oh, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita, is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. Bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he gonna say? Okay, we're cross-examining a two-way radio. What? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Way too nice and shady and sinister enough? I mean, I'm going as deep as I can here. I figure a nice deep voice sounds a little bit menacing. And plus, I can't really do another gravelly voice because I've already done like 5 of them and I don't have any left. And also, my throat is getting really tired from all of this. So my range is maybe not as humongous as it would normally be. I'm trying, though. I'm trying here. Hey, Ashness, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing good. Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Plus, we've already seen the guy, and he seemed really thin, and, so I don't think he'd have, like, a gravelly voice or anything. I figured he'd have a bit of a deeper voice anyway. A bit of a smooth, buttery voice anyway. Yeah, Shelly seems like a dude in control as well. I think that as well. I am doing great, Ashness. Thanks for asking. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. I will say, this is a little secret, I've never mentioned this on stream before, I don't think. Whenever I do these voices, I always try and pick a voice that I think matches the face. Or if there is a little bit of dialogue, voice acting, I'll try and match the voice acting that I hear. There is one exception to that rule. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed it before, but there is an exception, and that's the protagonist of every game that I do voice acting for. Basically, in every game I do voice acting for, the protagonist, I just use my natural voice, more or less. And the reason for that is because I figure the protagonist is probably going to be speaking more than anyone else. So to save a little bit of strain on my voice, I just have the protagonist use my natural voice, more or less. Or at least if it's something like a female character and I have to do something a little bit different, I try to do something that puts as little strain in my voice as possible. So that one place I kind of cheat when I'm picking voices for voice acting. Use the self-insert as a self-insert, basically. So there is that one thing you'll probably notice from now on when I'm doing voice acting. Shane is the killer, not him, but Phoenix. Alright. So let's go ahead and make a save, and then, I have no idea what we're gonna get out of this, so yeah, we're completely going in the dark here. 100%. Oh, Ashness, you do the same thing? I mean, it's brutal doing voice acting for hours and hours. You gotta do it cheats you can here. Shane has shared his secrets. The stream is demystified. My immersion is broken. Don't worry, I'll start doing some voice acting and see if I can ease you back in. Get back in the groove right there. Is the assassin radio because it plays all the hits? Oh, I like it. Alright. So there's something he first must state. Oh, DB cert, your only regret is that after being work in 90 minutes? Well, if nothing else, we'll have the VOD if you want that. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, this is one witness who can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. I'd like to report a second murder, oh god. So to an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between client and himself. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly... That's enough, please, no more! Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Fine face for radio, you know, Flare Cat. You're not wrong. I kind of wish we knew where he got that scar from, but I don't think it's ever going to come up, unfortunately. If there was a hand below moving the walkie-talkie, I have come here today to testify about the murder. That would be amazing. Alright, and that is the reason he is here on the witness stand. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? For the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? Oh, no, I didn't say anything! The judge has better watch himself. So it is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of the client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal! It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. He just threatened a judge! He just threatened a judge! Is there no such thing as contempt of court in this universe? It blows my mind, Burning Star. What in the hell? And yeah, Nightbot is an angry babysitter. He kind of hates fun. Don't mind him! I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're gonna have to work to get him to talk. I'm not this therapist, you know. Yeah, we stepped out. What do you miss? We're cross-examining a radio. Alright, so, something you must first state to an assassin, nothing more is important than the trust-putting client himself. That's the reason he's here on the witness stand. Said something about being patient and understanding his mindset. What else are we supposed to do here? I have nothing but contempt for this card. Oh my god. Yeah, the judge let himself get whipped since... I don't know. So we already pressed on everything once, and we didn't see any other options. Do we need to present something here? Is that what we're doing? Not sure. I guess we'll keep pressing? See if we get anything different pressing him again. We learned that Shane has secret voice acting abilities. It's true. It's true. Yeah, we already asked about that one, so it looks like that's a repeat. Alright, so let's try the second thing. Asking about the trust. Let's see, we already heard all that. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. The person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. It's my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Alright, so in that case, Now then, I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? Yes, I do! What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt Engard, perhaps. Oh, I knew it! This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you're the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Can't remember. Yeah, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. The radio needs to be interrogated. Threaten to remove its batteries if he doesn't. I mean, we can't really threaten to throw the radio in jail for contempt, can we? It doesn't really make a ton of sense, unfortunately. This whole case is insane. This is nuts. I can't take much more of this. This is so intense. We know who the killer is, and we're trying to prove they're not the killer. Oh, this is painful to me. This hurts me deep inside. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. The most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it's obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engard is innocent. Hand the radio over to the FCC. There we go. The proper authorities. Can you waterboard the radio safely? No, it's an electrical hazard. Don't do that. It's dangerous. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion, and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Ms. Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer's lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? We're gonna save? Because getting right down to the razor's edge here. I like how you give the killer a serial killer voice and your normal voice. I mean, kinda. Like, that's not my normal speaking voice. It's a little more relaxed when I do it. It's actually a little bit deeper if it was my, like, relaxed speaking voice. That's me intentionally driving my voice down is what it is. It's a subtle difference. I don't know if you can hear it over this mic, but it is a subtle difference. It is, actually. I don't know if you've heard me talk about this before, Broken Crow, but this is actually not my natural speaking voice. I've learned kind of, because my normal voice doesn't carry very well, to speak a little bit higher than I normally would. So this is how you're used to hearing me speak, but actually my normal speaking voice would be a little bit down here, because that's my natural range. But I've kind of learned not to speak in this voice because it tends to be very quiet, especially if you're talking in a crowd. It doesn't carry very well. Also, it sounds a little bit intimidating, which, you know, is not the best thing for me. So I kind of learned to speak up a little bit. So this is more the range where I normally speak, but it's not actually truly my natural voice, which is interesting. Why not Nuki the radio? I mean, we were getting a little bit of answers through there. I suppose we shouldn't destroy it. You hear us? I do kind of speak a little bit more natural on the podcast. I did notice that. I don't know why that happens, but yeah, on the podcast I do speak a little bit more natural, which is interesting. All right. Can Phoenix live with himself if he wins this case? If he gets his client acquitted, even though he is guilty, can Phoenix live with himself? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Ms. Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No! Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? Oh my god, this is it. This is it. Hey, Felaheen, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, why is this the first time they've ever mentioned that lying under oath is a bad thing in this universe? Because, like, everybody does? And we never brought it up before? What am I supposed to do? There's only one thing we can do, folks. There's only one thing we can do. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engard is a killer. A murderer. Hey, Emperor, thank you for the gift sub to Mr. Void Dragon right there. Gift sub number 873 in the channel. Bribery, also technically a crime. But we're letting all the other crimes go today, so we may as well. Thank you for that, Emperor. I appreciate that. Mr. Void Dragon, enjoy your emotes. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Ms. Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it till now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. Trial will continue. Are you saying this courtroom is the source of the purge? I'm not saying that. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But, what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now? However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need a question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I had a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. Oh, jeez. You can just tell us what the price is, Dragoon. Also, hello, Dragoon Training. How are you doing today? How is your weekend going? Alright. So let's go ahead and save again, and let's start pressing him. See if we can find any weaknesses in here. I kind of got a theory where we might need to go, but we'll need to press more first. Alright, so as he's already stated, Adrian Andrews is his client. However, what is it, Mr. Wright? Press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. Ah! No! I was thinking of hiring Mr. Wright. Yes. You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright! You are hereby declared guilty! Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They're your client, are you not? Well, that got all goofy right there. I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! You know, funny thing, Rook's Honor, I actually learned today that line was an ad-lib. I didn't ever know that before, but apparently the line, "You can't handle the truth," was made up on the spot. It turns out Nicholson forgot the actual line. The line as it was in the script was, "You already have the truth." As in saying, you know, "We've already told you the truth, I don't need to say anything else." But it turns out he forgot, and when he said the line, it was so intense, and Cruise's reaction to it was so intense, that they're like, "Oh, this has to stay. This is so good." Because he stayed in character, of course. And it was just such a good delivery right there. Oh, what is going on there? A little bit smudged right there? Alright, that's a little weird. Give me a second, hang on. I'm going to see if I can clean off my lens. We'll see if that helps any. Alright, how's that look? That any better? Oh no, shit is being smudged out. It's the killer. Looks better now. Alright, I don't know what happened there, but alright. Thank you for letting me know. I really appreciate that. Let me catch up on chat here. You have a shiny aura on my screen? Well, you know, I've ascended to the next level. Thank you for letting me know, seriously. I appreciate that. I don't know what was going on, but I guess my camera was just getting a little smudgy. Alright, yeah, there's so many great ad-libs, and you gotta respect actors' ability to roll with it and give a genuine reaction within the context of your character. It is a brilliant skill. I love it. Alright, now I'm HD again. Excellent. Alright, so one thing he simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. That's another good example of an ad-lib is in the original Ghostbusters, that part where the bookcase falls over. That happened all on its own and the actors stayed in character. Oh, that is brilliant too. Also, right there are some of the best comedians of their generation, so I'm not surprised they could have a very good ad-lib there. I love it. Icehouse, I do look like a lot like Penn Jillette. Not the first one to say that, but he is a very handsome man, so I respect the comparison. Very cool guy as well. I like him a lot. How are you doing today, Icehouse? Welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, sorry to hear that, Dragoon Training. I hope you end up feeling better. There's actually another ad-lib I just learned about the other day from TikTok, which I thought was really brilliant. I think it was from the second Harry Potter movie, I believe, where Lucius Malfoy comes out of Dumbledore's office. Originally, apparently in the script, he just sort of stomped out of the office and gave Harry Potter the stink eye. Just sort of gave him an evil look and then stomped off. But the actor who played him said to himself, I don't know, this scene doesn't feel right to me. I feel like once he saw Harry there, he'd say something. So the director said, all right, well, if you think you should say something, let's run the scene again and just say whatever comes to mind. Say what you think would be what his character would say. So they ran the scene again, and he stomps out of the office, and he turns to Harry and he says, let's all hope that Mr. Potter is always around to save us. So that was an ad-lib. And as soon as he said that, again, he wasn't supposed to say that, he made it up on the spot. No one knew he was going to say that. As soon as he says that, the kid playing Harry Potter, he steps forward and he says, don't worry, I will be, which was also an ad-lib that he made up on the spot, just reacting in real time to the other guy's line. Two of the most famous lines from any of the movies, and both of them made them up completely on the spot. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, because both of them were exactly what that scene needed. Both of those lines were exactly perfect for the moment, and kudos to both of them for just being able to come up with that. I love it. Let's see, Seamus, back when I was a very tiny actor, I remember that we messed up the plot when I forgot a prop. The director forgot about it until he filmed a follow-up scene that referenced it, so he ad-libbed the rest of that scene and did it on the second take. Oh, that's clever. I respect that as well, Seamus. Also good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat was ad-lib too. Another perfect one. I love how many ad-libs became the most famous line from these movies. I love that. Oh, I saved the school once. Surely I can do it again. Oh yeah, apparently Robert Downey Jr. does a ton of ad-libs. Also, if you're a fan of Will Ferrell movies, a lot of the scenes where he's doing, like, telling jokes, a lot of the scenes that are just gags, he'll often run those scenes 20, 30, 40 times, because he'll do the scene as written, and then he'll be like, wait, I have another idea how we could do that. They'll film it again, he'll tell a different joke, and then he'll go, wait, I thought of something different. And they'll just keep doing it again, and then when they get to the actual editing room, they'll just pick whichever joke they like best. So if you've ever seen any Will Ferrell movies on like DVD, the special features, tons and tons of variations of all the gag scenes. It's amazing, I love it. Also the genie in Aladdin, Robin Williams, amazing comedian, always had lots of ideas for his role too. The I Know, also a great ad-lib, which is, God, perfect. Just genius right there. Sandata, also welcome in, Sandata. How are you doing today? I had to ad-lib a line in a play. The other actor, our captain, didn't say his line, so I went, oh goodness, the captain's knocked out. Just you wait, when he comes around, we'll be back. That's a good save. I like that. I like that. All right. So, Shelley the Killer says, my client did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, his card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. It's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, go and stab the deceased with a knife, even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. Really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. I'm the king of the world was ad-libbed? Holy shit. Like, that's like the first thing they put in all the commercials too, that's amazing. That's irrelevant at this juncture. Oh my god! Seamus, I love that so much! Enjoy your lurks, Seamus! Always a pleasure to have you here. Alright, so he says, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services. Ever! Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Let's see, your favorite Robin Williams ad-lib is from Good Will Hunting, where at the end he says, he stole my line? Oh god. Oh, that's clever, that's cutting. It's not technically an ad-lib, but that also reminds me of the line from the Lego movie. I'm blanking on a name right now. This is always where I have trouble with his names, but there's a very famous, it's not an ad-lib, it's actually a outtake that was left in the Lego movie, which I thought was very brilliant. I'm sure somebody here knows what I'm talking about. It's right at the tip of my tongue. What is his name? I think not Will Arnett. The guy who played God in oh god, what was that? I don't want to go from Infinity War was not scripted. Oh, that hurts my heart. That hurts my heart. The guy from Shawshank Redemption. Morgan Freeman, thank you. Yes, Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman has a small role in the Lego movie. And he had an outtake where he was in front of the mic, and they had changed his lines on him, and apparently they'd been iterating the script very quickly, so they kept giving him new lines. And he had a line where he said something about how he was frustrated and he didn't quite know what to say next, and they need to write it down for him. And he said it while he was in front of the mic, and they actually left that in the movie, and his character says that. But again, it wasn't in the script, it was literally just him complaining that he didn't know what his next line was. That's wacky. I think that's a fantastic story as well. That push wasn't in the script? Ashley Johnson was that immersed in the role? Oh, that's so cool, Punisher. I love that. I only had 3 lines. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing, Sandade. I heard apparently there was like a mountain of deleted material from Robin Williams riffing in that sketch, which is amazing. DB Stewart, I'm like, people get that then. If I say God, people know what I'm talking about. Alright, so Adrian Andrews already know from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. From the very beginning? Oops, wrong button. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Huh, so on that line, Edgeworth thought something was odd, so maybe we have to press there, which is interesting. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So why do you think your client did that? And what do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if I say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take the fall. Alright, so that's breaking the rules right there. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hey, Hasanka, welcome in. How's everything been going with you recently, Hasanka? I know you've probably been busy. I hope things have been going good. Good to see you again. Most definitely. Yeah, this is insane, Broken Crow. However, both the prosecution and the defense have vouched for him. Because I know Phoenix knows for a fact that it is the guy, so there is that. Rin, you've fallen down the ad-lib rabbit hole and you found out, did your parents have any children before that? Did your parents have any children before that lived? Oh my god, so he just kept riffing and that was the one they kept? Oh, that's amazing, Rin. That is amazing. It wouldn't be legal testimony? I wouldn't think so. I mean, I know people have done remote testimony before, especially during COVID. You've got people testifying basically over Zoom in courts. But of course, then you have people that can attest to their identity. I guess it might be admissible if both the defense, the prosecution, and the judge say it's admissible? I guess? I'm not 100% sure on that one. I don't know that it's ever come up. Right, so that's all you had to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never again be called to the stand. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phineas? All I can do now is expose the lies. It's true. However, you realize that it'll be very bad for our client, right? So confused. The one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Alright, so there was one line in particular that Edgeworth thought was a little weird. Adrian Andrews already know from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. Do we have a way to prove that wasn't true? Let's take a look around. How can we prove that she didn't know he was dead? Let's think. Let's keep looking here. No, probably not the knife. Probably not Lotta's picture either. I'm not sure. But I know this is what we gotta do. We've got to find some way to prove that he's wrong about that. Because then I'm pretty sure we can find the weakness here, I think. Well... Actually, hang on. Hang on, I've got something. Oh, Nano, you're taking off? Alright, take care of yourself, Nano. Thanks for stopping by as always. Good to have you with us. Alright, so... he's saying that she already knew he was dead. So she wouldn't have been surprised when she came to the room and found him dead. Except there's one thing she did that wasn't terribly smart if she was coming to that room specifically with nothing else in mind than to frame her client. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. The Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered. How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. Glass? Mr. The Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why the glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Ooh! Phoenix? If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Oh, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us some more time. I'll wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. So it's tough because we're trying to break his testimony so the case doesn't end, but also we can't let him know that we're trying to break his testimony because then he'll just kill Maya. Alright, Nettle Masher, you take care of yourself. I'd love to hear what you end up deciding on. But thanks for stopping by. Take care. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. I'm glad you're enjoying Nettle Masher. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step in building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Alright. Let's go through and start pressing anything. See if we can find any weaknesses in there that we can exploit. Because we know he's lying. And we know everything he just said has been completely made up. We gotta figure out how to prove it. A bacon buddy, a BLT, and a chicken wrap. Oh, Emperor. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm extremely jealous. That sounds delicious. I gotta get myself a BLT sometime soon. Once I have thought about it, I need it. Oh, I'm so jealous. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop! In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? That was a request for his services on the night of the awards ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Let's press further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. Must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to the hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Oh, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? I'm gonna save, but yes, I think it was. It was very important. Testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. Oops. Alright. Didn't actually bring home the bacon the same thing. Ouch. Alright, so they met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was testimony just now of any importance? I'm going to save again. It was very important. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, will the witness please continue? Alright, so that is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I've made no mistakes. So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, it doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Alright, so maybe I can press him somewhere else, see if we can get anything different with pressing him again. Let's see, so let's press him on everything and see if anything changes on a second time. Alright, so specific requests for date and time. And he didn't ask why. He had suspicions. Press further. Had to do with the bear. And yeah, the suicide note was in there. Wasn't important. Alright. Lovely air-fried chicken thighs, bacon, guacamole sandwich. Oh, Rux, that sounds amazing! Sounds delicious, I like it. Alright, they met at a certain bar to finalize details. There's that pause right there, which seems super suspicious. He always meets his client in person. Well, what do you mean by that? So Phoenix asked him to stop sidestepping his questions. My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was testimony just now of any importance? Yes, it was! If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. Yeah, Fluffies, you caught it too! You caught it too! Oh, we're gonna press on that. But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? Can we press on the last point now? I'm trying to figure out how we need to prove that one's wrong. Why do we even have official testimony in this universe? I don't even know. So how do we... I think I know how to prove it. I think we need to present a profile, I suspect. I suspect that's what we gotta do, is we gotta present the profile. So, we've got that right there. We just need to figure out what to do. So what do we need to do here? Do we... I guess let's try pressing a little bit more, see if anything else comes up. Are you profiling people again? Not technically. Alright, no, he doesn't say anything there that time now, so... what do we need to do now is the question. Yeah, not technically. I'm not actually sure what we need to do. I'm not 100% certain what we need to press here. Yeah, I think we just need to present a profile, I think. Yeah, let's just try presenting the profile. I think that's about all we can do, because he said him. Present a profile of her. I think that's a smart thing. Alright, let's do that. Seems like the most obvious tack. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's a woman. Oh. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? The witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. That was joyful, Emperor. I love that they always have those damage pictures whenever a witness is caught in a lie. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews. He's sweating oil! He's sweating oil! Oh my god! This is amazing! Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Huh. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer! This court demands an explanation! Um, I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. The radio's sweating oil, yes, Broken Girl, which is amazing. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one Karita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. It means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. So we're putting all of our trust in, Edgeworth. Alright, let's go ahead and make another save. The dynamic duo of dope and dickweed. I love it. It's perfect. Alright, so we took the request by mail. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now! Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one, present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his clients? I'm gonna hold off for right now. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Alright, so there's been times when he took a job without having met his client. Yeah, seriously, where was that, Stray Dog? We needed that then, and yet nothing. And why can you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times, and I now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? The contest of mimicry, the judge beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took the job without having met your client, and... So the request was for the murder of one Karita and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Let's save. And then I'm gonna try. Name at killer.de. Oh my god, I mean, if you're already gonna have a name like The Killer, you may as well go all the way in the obvious territory. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Oh, wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Oh god, what do you think, chat? Is this worth pursuing? Is this one detail worth pressing and worth possibly getting him pissed off? In the name of, you know, trying to get more information here. Oh, God. I don't know. I think it is. I'm very tempted to say it is. Gamugumu say no. DB30 say no. Rook's honor, having played this, he can't help it. You can only enjoy watching my suffering. Suffering is exactly what I'm doing right now. This is true. This is true. Out of all of his testimony that he gave, this is the only place where he's been very vague. I think we have to know the secret here. I think we have to. I'm going to try pressing further. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. Gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. Gumshoe, where are you? Oh, I mean Gumshoe got in a car crash. Whoever it is that went to fetch the things from Gumshoe. Hurry, please, holy crap. As you wish. Alright, so one of those was to find a bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. Alright, let's press again on that. I found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Ms. Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? I mean... yeah, there's very clearly a contradiction here. A very, very obviously contradiction. So let's press on it. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Ms. Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. Yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. I want to make a strong point, Phoenix. You have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Oh, God. I don't know, do we want to really press him right now, or do we wait until we see if we can get anything else? I think this is the only thing we have to go on, so I think we do want to press here. Let's present evidence. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Ms. Andrews the bear figurine. And she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? It's a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Oh. I know exactly what he's thinking when he says it's impossible for her to be the recipient because of this. Shelley the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Ms. Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Ms. Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Ms. Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! That's where you two are going. So, by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order! 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 Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your only intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please! Not that! Please wait! Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright! Are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this! If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution. What has come over everyone? Even you are... Prosecution... rests. What is going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then... prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I end the trial here, right now. And your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Is Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Oh, God! How does it come to this? How has it come to this? Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. Tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Oh, God! Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think if he was a truly innocent, good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, based on the charge of murder, it would appear you were innocent. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engard? What a atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You'd better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. What if I say he's innocent? Then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. Then your client, Mr. Matt Engard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me out anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engard, is... Oh, God, Chad, what should I do? Oh, what should I do? Oh, this is bad. Oh, God. He is definitely super guilty. We know for a fact that he's super guilty. That's not even in question. The question is, do we say he's guilty and let Maya possibly die? Or do we say he's not guilty and let Maya possibly die? Or do we say he's guilty, serve justice? Oh, God. Wait, so if we say he's not guilty, Maya lives, but Ms. Andrews goes to prison for a crime she didn't commit. If we say he is guilty, then the right person might go to jail, but Maya could possibly die. Oh, it's bad. Renegade interrupt if only. If only. Not guilty, we can spring her later. No, I think... No, I can't. This is even what Maya wanted. Maya didn't want us to let justice go unserved here. I'm going to say guilty. I'm going to say guilty because that's what justice is getting the right person convicted. I have to. I have to. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Engard is... What the hell? Franziska von Karma! What are you doing? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here, in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is! Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. And she still got the whip, of course. I wouldn't expect even a surgeon to be able to take that out of her hand. Whew. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Their final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. Suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant you permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. These items do not bring up any new points, and they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. Must have been quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see will be something that'll turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. Sure of it. Yeah, the judge is like, I had dinner plans. What are you idiots doing? That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Let's go ahead and save here, because we're getting into some more dangerous territory, I see. Now, let's ask for some more details. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh! I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it'll be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. Probably not going to help us very much. Go ahead and keep it. Second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Engard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Ah, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. Alright. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Alright, interesting. We'd have to use the pistol if things go badly. I mean, we're pretty desperate at this point. Judge must have a bladder of iron. I mean, we've had like 2 recesses, so I'm sure he took advantage of those, most definitely. Yeah, she removed her bullet, unlike Daddy. She learned from the best, apparently. Hey, Rafflecoop, welcome in. How are you doing today? Ace Assassin? I'd play it. Yeah, that'd be fine. I'm down. Alright. And that is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Juan Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix? I knew it! There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of the situation for us. 2? The first, make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's not asking me to do the impossible. Second way, force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were no longer to think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else! I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. Let's spin the lazy Susan of justice! And there are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I'll pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it's us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Oh, we're gonna save again. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. Oh, God! Oh, God, we are right down to it now. Holy shit. God, what do we do now? We gotta show a piece of evidence to someone, but it's not somebody in the court. And Maya's already told us 2 ways we could potentially get out of the situation, but... I've got an idea for one situation, but I'm not 100% sure for both. Because the easier one seems to be to make the killer break the contract. So what do we do? You've already fallen into the razor's edge. The question is whether it will cut or not. I like that. I like that a lot. Alright, so I don't... I'm going to basically say what I did in case 3. I don't fully have this all set in my head. But... I've got an idea for part of it. And it's enough to get a start here. Because like I said, I think the easier of the 2 solutions would be to make the killer break the contract, and I've got an idea about that. So let's see. It's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? Alright. Alright, this is a little crazy. I would like to show evidence to Shelly the Killer. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Alright. Everything's riding on this. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. All right! Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That is most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Oh, we got him! Actually, you're on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would have been your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and a time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Engard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. Well, luckily he already told us. He straight up told us why he was filming it, so we already know the reason. That's easy enough. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene, and that is... Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay. I'd even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? I think we might have done it. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I actually am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Ow! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Hey, Vesper Ghoul! Not yet! Not yet! But we did just make sure that Maya's safe, so I think it's time that we wrap this shit up. Mr. Engard. And how are you doing today, Vesper Ghoul? How's your weekend going? Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Alright! We have reached the very end. All we have to do is say whether we want to proceed or not. That's it. We're right there otherwise. Oh, that's intense. It is intense. Hey, Malicor, welcome in. How are you doing today? Right, Chief. Well, fuck it, he's guilty. Matt Engard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I can't make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Guilty! Guilty, guilty, guilty! Guilty, 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 guilty! Holy shit, what? As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Engard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. Well, it's a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved. Wow, it's the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that's good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oh my god. Chat! Oh my god, we did it! We actually did it! We actually did it! Somehow! After all that! Oh my god. What the... Whew. These games are like going through a literal ringer. Seriously, that was insane. I always had my suspicions, Void Dragon. There's gotta be no pants going on under there. Feeling that breeze going through. Whew. Thank you for the GG Lost. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thank you for the GG as well, John. Thank you for that one draft. Emperor, thank you as well. None of them have pants? That would make sense. I mean, the guards here do, but, you know, they're on the job. And thank you as well, Vesper. Punisher, thank you for that, too. Whew. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Engard, is... Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth? I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya is safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick! Ow! Punch is deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Oh, poor Pearls. Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts, I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner, and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl in a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. Truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. Claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you. Truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? And that's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. Hey, Toastman, welcome in. How are you doing today? You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. Something else. Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Oh, she's safe. Mystic Maya! Oh. I'm doing great, Toastman. How about yourself? Oh, that's adorable. Oh, Nick, I knew you'd come through. You got Engard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. All right! I think it's time we go out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? Oh, a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Oh, right. So how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick! Food! Oh god, they're going back to the hotel now. Oh my goodness, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Oh, this is so cathartic. I'm loving all this. Also, ironically, I'm actually really hungry myself, so I completely understand where Maya's at right now. Hey, pal! Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I'd hit a telephone pole, of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, guess we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of those items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. Oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? You're being away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So, to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So, where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. Huh. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Oh god. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ah, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here. Tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, probably busted or something, sir. Well, doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. You'll have to excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Yeah. I'm not giving him the badge! I need that! I need that! I can't give it away! I mean, I've only got one item that's connected to him out of all of these items. Most of it's just evidence for the trial. I only see one thing that's remotely connected to him. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Wait, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Ah, yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. Better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? What? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since I'm your tab and all. What? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. All right then, if you say so. Ladies and gentlemen, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Oh, jeez. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. That was a heck of an experience. Thank you, Emperor. Thank you for the GG as well, John. I made it. Oh my god. Toastman, thank you for the GG. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. Oh god, Pearly, don't put more things on his tab. Oh my god. Pearl is a shipper, she really is. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my stake. I already said things like, letting that one go is bad for all society. I know it. Crashing headlong and everything is the only way to live, pal. And Gumshoe learned absolutely nothing from the experience. You Christensen, thank you for the GG, I appreciate it. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. I haven't seen her for a while. It's awesome to see she's doing okay, although it's a weird career choice. Alright, whatever makes her happy. It's fine. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie. Oh, recently? Yes. That girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh. Please let me never see him again, ever again, please. I ask so very little, game. I ask so little, just never again. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we're serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe's like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. No, they would not. No one laughs at Moe's jokes. No one. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent! We got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get with it. Oh God. Oh, it's so painful. Why is every time he shows up just agony? Just agony. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Pooh's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling? They wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and anybody who hasn't heard about these is gonna feel the pain in my heel. Yes, I'm gonna feel my heel. Feel a bird playing with fire is very dangerous. 3 houses where they stored the cedar will burn right down. That causes you to sing. Oh God. They actually did forget about Wendy. She's just searching for a bug that doesn't exist, which is hilarious. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Oh, that's sweet. Unexpectedly sweet, but I'll take it. How do you do that with a lot of difficulty? I missed a couple things in there, but I was trying to keep up as best I could. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. His homepage? Does anyone else think that maybe the killer has like an Angel Fire site? This is like 2003. I think they could probably do that. Anybody else get that vibe? March 23rd, 9:42 p.m., International Departures, Gate 12. GeoCities, there you go. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran out for the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But for me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you You are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, and I had left you behind after I'd left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. Oh! I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh! Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh, that's hilarious. I was wondering if we were going to find out what that last piece is. Nope, there we go. There we go. Oh, that was adorable. Maya did mention that she sketched a picture and then she didn't know where it went. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. That's it. That is the entire case, ladies and gentlemen. We have now finished both of the first two of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. So that only leaves the third of the original trilogy, which is called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, which is also part of the trilogy, of course, so we've got this right here. And we will be playing that not immediately. It'll probably be a few months, because I like to put some space between things. But yeah, we finished it. I would love to hear what you thought about this one. Like I said, I think it was probably weaker than part one, but that last case was actually pretty good. That last one was pretty intense. Lots of twists and turns. I loved the twist of the fact that Phoenix, was trying to, Phoenix had the Maya hanging over him the whole time. I thought that was really cool. So yeah, I really enjoyed that one. I thought it was cool. I mean, like I said, it was weaker than the first one. Definitely, I would never want to play the Carnival one again, and I really hated the lean on the supernatural stuff in case 2. But, yeah, God, that last case was good. That last case was really solid. I like that. Oh, let's see. Next game is easily the best, you say, Kane Strider. Excellent, excellent. That is exciting. Glad to hear that. Last case made it worth it again. Oh yeah, like one thing I'll say, and I say this after most games, is one of the things I consider was it worth playing? Was it worth playing? Was it worth experiencing? Was it worth showing off? Oh yeah, 100%. I have no regrets that I got to show that off. That was good. That was an interesting experience. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the trilogy wraps up with the third game. So I hope you folks will stick around for that as well. Let's see. Vehementus, you'd say the first one is the best, but the third one won't disappoint you. Excellent. That's all I'm looking for. I mean, I plan to play the rest of the series as well, but, you know, that's what's coming up next anyway. So tomorrow, we will be starting the next game on the schedule, which, if you haven't seen it, is called Flipping Death. It is a comedic side-scrolling adventure game. It's the spiritual sequel to another game we played before on stream called Stick It to the Man, which I really enjoyed. I thought it was very cool, and I'm surprised more people don't know about it. So we're playing that tomorrow. I think we might actually be starting and finishing it tomorrow. Possibly. I'm going to try to do that anyway. We'll see how it works out. So I hope you folks stop by tomorrow. I would love to have you all there as well. And I thank you all for hanging out with me today, of course. It was a really good time. Seriously, thank you. So I do have one last thing we have to do before we call it a night. So if you can spare one more minute, I would appreciate it, because we gotta see who else is online. If you're down for watching some more Twitch for tonight, I would love to have you with us. So make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the quickest way to find me tomorrow or anytime in the future if you'd like to hang out more. And while I'm looking to see who's live, there are some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them yet. We've got a link to my Twitter if you want to see what I'm up to outside of the stream. We have a link to my YouTube if you want to see any of the games I've played in the past, or if you just missed some of Phoenix Wright and you want to get caught up on that, feel free to do that. And we've got a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with any of us outside of the stream. You're free to do that, so feel free to jump in there. I'd love to have you all in there. And where do we want to go today? Oh my god. Alright, yeah, I see exactly where we're going. Because once again, I see that one of my favorite retro streamers is streaming, and he's playing a game I've never heard of, and I need to see that immediately. So ladies and gentlemen, I would really appreciate it if you would join me as we rated none other than Retrograde Tom, one of my favorite retro streamers on all of Twitch. He plays mostly adventure games, including some really weird, obscure stuff. And today, apparently, he's playing an adventure game based on Dune? I knew there was a Dune real-time strategy game. I never knew there was a Dune adventure game, so this I gotta see. So why don't you join me over there? Say hi to Tom, hang out for a little bit. Throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. And I will see you folks tomorrow for Flipping Death. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.